Alright. Alright, we're gonna do some league battles today. We're gonna get it started. This should be a lot of fun. I'll make sure everybody knows. So. Hey Hernan, my day's going good. Yes, thanks for asking. Thanks for wishing for that. Yes. All right, let's see here. All right, number of players 16. Let's do passcode. It's gonna be 4565. I'll put that up on the room. Password's 4565. I'll fix that. Room is 03776. Alright, come on in if you're here. And if not, let's just spar until we got more people in. So. Let's see here. So Hernan, what have you been up to? I will check on what you're saying. In a sec here, let me catch up. Alright. Awesome. Good to have you here, Senior. Passcode is 4565. What? I cannot believe it just crashed. It crashed. Holy cow. Let's put no restrictions then. Maybe that's the problem. Alright, password is 4565. So it must have been the restrictions. The connection restriction probably just kills it. Awesome. Tengu Man and Hernan are here. Very nice. Awesome. Tengu Man's playing Pi. Excellent. Alfredo, welcome to the room. Nice connection.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Alright, let's do this. You guys can hear us okay? I definitely plan to do this a while, but I will probably go send my kids to bed in the middle. But I will plan to keep it going. So I plan to have the room keep on going, even when I send the kids to bed. So it'll be kind of like last time. So you should be able to join us. We should be able to amass a decent amount of people. Good battle, you guys. Alright. Yeah, I get to fight Hernan's Jackie again. This is always really fun. Hernan is always so much fun to fight. And you know how strong he is when he's fighting fighting Tengu Man.
Let's see if you can walk the walk.
Alright. kind of miss my costumes.
Take me seriously. Round one. Ready, go!
Alright, he's calling out the frames. Alright. Connection's not the best, but this is going well for me, but he will get used to this, so let's see. Good, good. Okay, Hizokio's counting on that. Game.
See, I thought I'm better.
Yeah, I definitely gonna make you choose quickly. So this is gonna be fun. Tengu Man combined with Pi is gonna be very scary for me. There are certain things that Pi can do that really makes it hard for me. So let's see how this goes.
Round one.
You know, utility characters versus utility characters. Just whiffed. Just whiffed. Weird how that whiffed. That looks like it was fast enough. Nice conversion. Tango Man will figure it out. That's what we're here for. Good game. Good game.
I want a serious fight.
Yeah, I understand. No problem. What are you playing on? Oh, you're playing on the hitbox, aren't you? Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. I like them, but they are different. Man, okay. It's what it is, but that's okay. It's a workable connection. With VF, it might not convert you. The hard part is the abstraction barrier is very strong on the side steps, which is the case for GT. He liked how instant he could block high and low, but he hated the feeling of evade getting mixed up for him. Remember, Hernan, to launch that if you evade that thing. Oh my god, that's what my 8P plus K turned into. Oh, that's good. Good battle, Hernan.
What a knucklehead.
It's okay. It was a good call. But yeah. Hey, Phoenix Force, how you doing? You got it. You got it. You're getting it back. You're getting the matchup, and you're feeling it. And you can Yomi this connection. So I'm doing good. I'm doing well. I'm playing VF, so it makes me very happy. So yeah. It does. Has a lot. It has almost instant travel time. Yeah. In fact, one of the problems with it is when you input too fast. So like you have to slow yourself down slightly, actually, which is cool. KDC's here with the Brawler ID. This is the first time I saw the KDC Brawler handle. So welcome to the room, King Death Cradle. That was really good, Hernan. You remember this one now. Good. Alright, that's right, we got a boxer now. That was excellent. Good patience. I love Hernan's real good patience now. Good game. Oh my god. Really good game. That was awesome, Hernan. Yeah, I got 6K plus G instead of 4-6K with G, but I don't think it would have mattered, so that was really good. Oh, awesome to see T-Taco guy in here and Space Time too. Really happy to have you guys here. Cheeks are very tight. That was really fun. I think after this battle we can do a first league. We can do a league, or should we wait? If you guys want to wait for a few more before we do a league, we can. Let me see if anybody else gives notice that they're coming. Okay, so Tsuno's in Mexico. Got it. By the way, Dennis, if you're still in the room, you know, we don't do any spoiler talk here, they'll get banned, but the new Final Fantasy game is, in my opinion, worth the PS5. It's worth getting a PS5 for that game. So and a few other games too that you will get after you get it. Maybe worth getting new model. It's probably worth getting the new model. But I am hooked on Final Fantasy 16. Nobody say anything about it because I'm still playing it. I'm pretty early in the game, but I'm loving every bit of it so far. I won't talk about the story, but I'm enjoying the way things are presented. I'm enjoying actually the voice acting. So here's the thing. Square Enix had the guy who does a lot of the localization translation stuff for Final Fantasy 14 the team had him work very close with the 16 team, and so even, you know, this is kind of similar to what is done in the Soulsborne games, where the translator is integrated in with the game, like with the designers and with the design of the game and the story, and so there's a rewriting process that happens, and so this game feels very natively English. Like the voice, the lip syncing is English, the acting. He made sure that they're acting more Western as opposed to, you know, Japanese body language. So it feels really cool. I won't say anything about the story. I'll just say you can see influences from things like Game of Thrones, even Attack on Titan in it. But that's all I'll say. But that said, it feels like a Western game when it comes to the cinematics. But when it comes to the gameplay, I don't want to say too much either, but I'll say they hired a combat designer from Devil May Cry, and you can tell, and it's in a good way. The combat is very fun. The combat is something you master, and there are things you can do with how you are configured, you know. So yeah, there are trees. There are ways to adjust and level up what you do in battle, and it's really good. It feels great. Also, you know, a lot of recent Final Fantasy games went kind of open world design. This is not really open world. This is more kind of like the Final Fantasy VIII kind of approach is the closest I could think of. A little bit 9 and 7, but really like Final Fantasy VIII in terms of you're going to areas like, you know, instead of an open world, you're kind of dungeon by dungeon in a way, or scene by scene. There's not too much branching off, but there are secrets and there are cool stuff. But yeah, it's awesome. I'm loving it a lot. I think it was a big surprise. I wasn't paying attention to it. And I even have some friends who are still jaded from 13 and from 15. They do play 14, but they did not like 13 and 15. And some of them are sitting on the fence, but some of them, after they played the Final Fantasy 16 demo, fell in love with it. So yeah, it's an awesome game. I love it. It's an action RPG. That's what I'll say there. It is an action RPG, but it's great. Back to Virtua Fighter. Yeah, Virtua Fighter stuff's been going great. In Portland, we've been having a lot of offline sessions now. Thanks in big part to King Death Cradle, KDC, and our Panda, but also Chris Sun as well, and Hellsap who set up the tournament. And then we also have quite a few new people who are trying out Virtua Fighter now, and we've been teaching them, and it's a lot of fun. Been chatting lots of VF with them, and also doing a lot of tutoring. So it's been wonderful. Portland VF is a pretty fun, active scene right now. Yeah, man, I wish I was at the session for you, but you know why I could not make it. So, but I'm feeling much better now. So. But Space Time came up with us to one of the Seattle sessions, and that was a blast. And he's always supportive when he can, so I really appreciate Space Time. Also, he's part of the Oregon scene as well. And then Seattle's going to have another session on the 15th, I think, or maybe it's the 20th. But I'm looking forward to the session in Seattle. I'm planning on going. But 2 nights ago, some of the community members, people that know me from the Lever community in Portland, had a lot of awesome chats with them. So that was a lot of fun. And some old friends who know me from the general fighting game scene here in Portland. So we had lots of good chats about Levers, Virtua Fighter, and all kinds of stuff. Space Time's doing awesome this round with being very patient. We're gonna start a league up soon. Okay. We'll start a league right after this so that everybody gets their matches in, alright? And then we'll, be able to queue up more people. And Ogamito Lago? Yes, I've played a little bit of 14. I like 14 a lot. Realm Reborn. I didn't play OG 14, but when Realm Reborn came out, I played it and I really liked it. I was playing it on PS3 and PS4. I did download the client in case I decide to reactivate my account and play it on the PS5. Don't forget Space Time. If somebody rolls back, you want to be greedy and defend and hope that they do a rising attack. And if they do, they're minus 15 unless they're Akira. Yeah, I think it was on PS3 actually at first, and then yeah, 14 was.
You can't beat me with that.
But it quickly got decommissioned though. I think, if I remember correctly. I could be remembering it wrong. It's still a long time ago. All right, let's begin the league matches. Actually, it was okay at first, but once they start hitting a barrier near the first, like near maybe the second expansion, I think they had to like kill support. Thank you very much, Jimmy. I'm just having fun right now, but I will take the luck. I'll take the luck.
You better take me seriously.
Are you ready for this?
Round 1. Ready, go!
Nice low throw. Good game, KDC.
See? I thought I'm better.
Very good game. And I hope that you will be able to get fiber just like Panda does, but I know it's tough. Because I know that right now you can't stream and play online at the same time, but I wish you could. Right now, the good thing... Oh, Jimmy's in here. Awesome. Good luck to you, too. That's why you said good luck. But I do like it if people are streaming if they're able to, because the good thing with League, if enough people are streaming, then a lot of people get to see a lot of different matches, and it's really cool. So... So I was coming out on top of a lot of the mix-ups that we were doing. So KDC, my biggest advice, but I think you know this. So, like I said, don't mix yourself up. Make sure you force. Make sure that it's like a change up or punish what your opponent is doing. Yeah, but I did change up at key moments, and so that was kind of rough, right? But I think I was pretty aggressive on the attacks in general. So, but I felt like I was able to dictate when the change-ups were happening, like when we were mixing up. And I feel like it was one of those things where you were acting 2 steps ahead, and it just happened to be 2 steps ahead. So then I won the exchanges. Yeah. Oh man, Tengu Man Rising. Here we go, and right off the bat, fighting Tengu Man. What's next? I'm gonna probably fight Hernan right after this. Alright, here we go. Like I said, Pi can really disrupt Leon, but Leon can do it too. So let's see how this goes.
Round 1.
Nice. I didn't convert, but I'm glad I still got the round. That's really frustrating because I was like, oh, I had the round, did not convert. That's a nice setup. I like that setup from the side. Oh, that was so good, Option. Man, he picked the right one at the right time. Very good. Good round. Oh, that's nice. That's guaranteed. That was awesome. Such a beautiful last 3 hits there. Good frames. Good game, Tenguman. Man, really good adjustments to the matchup. Awesome knowledge passing. You know you're Leon, and so it's really awesome. like you really know a lot of Leon, so that was excellent. You know, very scary. Like your Pi is just like almost there, you know, on the Leon matchup, on the Chanchai matchup. So, like, holy crap. That was such a fun battle. Like, the next league, you're gonna blow me up or something. So, we'll see. I like the mix-ups we're doing. I like the traps that I'm doing to you. Yeah.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Awesome round, Jimmy. Leon versus Pi rounds are a lot of fun. There's a lot of tactics.
Round 4. Ready, go!
Nice. That was excellent. Good Okizemi. Good meaties on point at each step. I thought I was gonna get him. Good game, good game. I should have gone for the 6 XP, but I probably would have evaded. Yeah, you're going for the evade. Good game, man. That was a lot of fun. Circular, good. There's a lot that can be done with this, with the halfback. That was really close. That was so much fun. That was like the best. Good fight. Good fight, Jimmy. I loved it. I love the tactics in the Leon versus Pi matches. Both of them can strike all 3 levels, but Pi has to commit a little more if she wants to go for damage, but she can go for like influence, and it's real pain. Her stance game is no joke. I think it's a higher skill stance, but still is a good stance. It's just very disruptive and frustrating. The side stuff is cool. Because Pi has some moves that are pretty high advantage, she has really cool things on the side, and that's what Tengu did a little bit of. Yeah. Okay, so her safe striking is the real pain in the butt. Okay. Yeah, so her safe striking is nuts. I don't know, did Sauce opponents get disconnected? Taco guy, tell me it ain't so. This is a room with a lot of strong players. But I love having you in here, Taco guy. So I hope it was just a disconnect. I hope you'll be back in the next league. Or if you had to go, I understand. That's true. 3P is one of her best moves. Yeah, I learned that in Japan. Like, I learned it from Aopai. Aopai was training me pretty much on it. I mean, maybe to them it wasn't training, but for me it was.
3 2 1 go! 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 3 2 1
Awesome round, Space Time. Okay.
Round 2.
I see. No problem. No time, Sauce. Thanks for clarifying that. All right. Yeah. Pai's 3P is such an amazing move. It is so freaking good. But you have to master all the cancels from it, and there's a lot. But if you do, it's so good. Not enough people in America use it, but Jimmy's gonna be using it, of course. But I think it's not used enough, especially. A lot of guys here tonight are really hungry though. You're playing good. It does, yeah. The 3P, the weird cancel from the kick is nuts. Yes, but of course the trick is that you're not just doing that, right? It's that the problem is that Pi players have to learn a relatively high execution technique, combined with mixing it up with all kinds of options. But if they master the 3P, it's just so good. Whether you did 3PP, whether you're doing 3P kick, 3P the kick charge kick, the 3P charge kick cancel, 3P sweep, it's like really, really good. And Alpai was just basically skill checking me on like the whole thing. and it took me like, I don't know, like it took me a while. After about an hour, I started beating it move by move, like one by one. I started beating the 3P, but it was awesome doing that training with them. Like that they played like an hour and a half with me was really cool. So, like I was just standing there hanging out at Evo, and Alpai taps me on the shoulder, goes, "Chanchai, can we play?" And I said, "Yeah, please." And so we played, and other people were like, "Chanchai, can you teach me?" Because there was somebody who knew that I taught VF, and I'm like, "I normally yes, but I'm playing with Alpai right now," you know. So. But yeah, that was such a blast, fighting Alpai. No, and getting to know Shiwapun a little bit was really cool. Shiwapun is very shy about his English, so Shiwapun won't really talk much unless you have a translator. But it was awesome getting to know Shiwapun, and yeah, they're going to be getting their shirt very soon. When they do, they'll be so happy. The shirt from Colorado from White Worm. Alright, too bad I got disconnected from the replay. That's okay. But yeah, as Jimmy mentioned, 3PP, 3PK, there's 3PKG, 3PKG dash, there's also 3P itself, and then 3P in the Bokudai stance, 3P down, right? Or back, I can't remember which. Pai's 3P is a very complicated move, but if you master it, it's really powerful because it's a low poke that's safe and flows into a lot of options. So you like the chance of you hitting with it is actually very high, and even if you don't hit with it, you still get options. So yeah, 3P is quite the move, and if you're playing Pi, you really want to master that move. If you do, you want to master that. Most Americans underrate 6-6P plus K, but that is also an amazing move because it also is it's a long range slow low, but you play this game long enough, you learn where you can apply those slow attacks and where you can tag somebody, and you can whiff punish with it, and then now you're in a mix up. Yeah, and if you've mastered 3P, then you know how to use 6-6P plus K. So master 3P, and then start mastering 6-6P plus K. Now, she has a lot of awesome other moves, of course. 3P is definitely one of the first moves to use because it's a two-handed attack, means that most characters cannot reverse it. It can break some of the sabakis that tag one-arm moves. And, you know, good against Lei Fei. But it's a quick two-hand, and it's also like elbow speed, which is insane. Or no, it's like low punch speed, I think. Yeah, neutral K is such an awesome guard punish launcher or whip punish launcher. It's just and like yeah, neutral K is stupidly good. Yeah. And then, you know, where to tag people with her while standing K or her, you know, crouching 5K.
You better take me seriously.
Yeah.
Ready, go!
Nice.
Round 2. Ready, go! Ring out! Round 3. Ready, go! Ring out! Round 4. Ready, go!
Good game, Hernan. It's good stuff. Good, like you're getting more tactics too. So good stuff. Good tactics. Yeah. Leon too strong. Yeah. I know Jimmy Pie's too strong. No, just kidding. But Pie's like the #2 character in the world. Oh man, we got to battle all the Pies. That's awesome.
Let's see if you can walk the walk. I'll take you down and take your name. Round 1. Ready, go!
Fun one is a lot of people have mistaken Tengu Man for Madame Tengu, or vice versa. They'll go like, "Oh, is that Madame Tengu?" No, it's the Tengu Man.
Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go!
Yeah, KDC Tengu Man's. If you might remember, Tengu Man's the one who got 3rd place. They fought Paul, and I actually thought they were going to end up 2nd place with the way that they were performing with much of the matches in the tournament. But it was awesome to see Paul and Tengu Man really rise up and give Tricky hell, you know?
Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go!
Oh wait, you got 2nd. Yeah, Paul's 3rd. I'm sorry. Tengu Man got 2nd. I'm like I'm memorizing everything wrong. So yeah. Combo breaker was so awesome. I think what I'm remembering is that Paul actually fought back against you, right? Paul was like climbing from a deficit and almost turned the match around, if I'm remembering. I don't know. My memories of it all. My memory was that your guys' battle was really exciting. But yeah, but I just remember being happy for the three of you. Alright, let's see how this went, and let's give it time for people to queue in. Alright, Red Mask versus Tengu Man still going. Awesome. Did you guys get disconnected? Is that what happened? Or no? That loser's bracket final was like exhausting. It was insane. Oh my god, I got second. Congratulations, Jimmy. I forgot, like, I reversed the way that I do my share button, so. Alright, we got 5 people in here right now. You guys go ahead and fight. We'll do a few more matches. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Let everybody else know the password if they ask. You know, definitely encourage others to join. It's 4565. I'll be right back. Tengu Man's pie is shaping up so good, but that's not a surprise. I already missed Tengu Man's Aoi though. But yeah, but Tengu Man's, you know, go Aoi, every character, the wolf too. So, Tengu Man, what I should tell you about the hitbox, when you get used to the hitbox, your interaction with it's different. So what happens is when I play with lever, I'm still thinking about the motions, I'm still thinking about how I move the lever. And I love that because it feels like I'm training with like a Wing Chun dummy, you know? But that's not my experience with the hitbox. With the hitbox, once you get used to it, once you're playing it like a lot, to me, it feels like typing like on a keyboard. Like you just start memorizing how to do inputs, and so it's like it's almost like it's like a certain layer is eliminated from your brain because you're not thinking about how to interact with an object. You're just typing it out like you do a keyboard, and so you start typing out your moves. And once you get into that flow, it is pretty nuts. But the cons are very small. Like the biggest con is you need a good technique for stagger break, and players like Tricky really have trouble with stagger. They do train themselves for it, but it's definitely happened at like New York sessions where like Harpooneer will really punish Tricky for not having that stagger break down right away. Also, and then the other challenge with it, but it's only a temporary small one, is that you have to really memorize player 2 techniques separately from player 1. So it's almost like, you know, the same move player 1 and player 2 side are just different moves, right? Because they're just totally using different fingers. But it's not hard to learn it. It's just a matter. It's just extra time, just extra steps to learning. But once you've got it retained, you're fine. So you want to train player 2 side like a lot on that thing as well. And but if you do that, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, because of the abstraction barrier. Because, you know, levers still use an intuitiveness to them. It's still relatively intuitive the way that levers work, and so because of that, our brain manages it. But our brain thinks about moving the lever. When it comes to hitbox, you're not thinking of it the same way as a lever at all. You're thinking of it like sequences of commands. You're thinking of it as typing. So you just train yourself muscle memory, like you're training yourself on keyboard, and then you just start getting fast at typing the words in different orders. And if you do that, it's really cool. And then you actually realize you're probably faster on it. I'm not gonna lie, my experience. Not everyone has this experience. My experience was I was faster on it, but I did get cramped. Like there is a technique to it. I didn't get cramped that badly, but I did get cramped a little. Whereas with levers, I don't get cramped at all. But I'm used to them for 20 years, so, or for over 20 years. So that's, you know, probably why.
Go ahead, knock yourself out.
I see. That's good input, Taco Guy. So Taco Guy says that coming from pad to stick, they have to learn player 1 and 2. Like they have, like it comes across differently in their mind. So it's like they have to remember how to do things on the opposite side. Dodging is the most awkward, but you know, on one of my stick builds, I actually have a thumb button for up, and that helps me get used to it a little bit. Except when I play that way, I'm using my right thumb. Like my right thumb goes from guard to up, if I do it, and a lot of times even on that build, I end up just using manual up with the stick. But it is cool what you can do when you're like doing like that. So when you're doing really fast like stair steps on the up direction, you know. But yeah, I think all button controllers are very strong, but the stagger break sucks. Like, but you know the rules for stagger break. Like to be good at stagger break, the number one tip is basically know the situations that it happens. And you're strong at situational awareness, Denver Man. So for you, that's the easy part, actually. A lot of people, they're not as aware on situations that you are. You are very sharp on situations. You train yourself to know these situations well. Most players are not on that sharpness level at all. That's something that about you that stands out. So if you're aware like that, then you've got a big part of the stagger equation solved. And then it's training yourself to have that like technique to stagger break on the hitbox. That is really weird as hell. You know, I would actually argue that you got to use a two-handed technique with it. Like let your left hand be a little free, you know, and use your right hand, or at least lend your index finger over or something like that, you know, and that might help. But it's going to be weird because it's like taking your hands off the controllers for a split second. But if you can squeeze enough inputs into it, it should be pretty powerful.
Round 5. Ready, go!
So, you know, if you want to do a difficult situation, one of the Blaze stagger situations is one of the hardest to do even offline. So train yourself on that. Train yourself on that and figure out what a technique is to break that. I forgot which one it is. But yeah. Alright, I'll be back using restroom, drinking water, and giving time for more people to join, and we will fight.
I got no time for you. Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go!
Okay, so hey Paul, good to see you. A couple topics I want to talk about. One regarding hitbox style. My experience, it's different for everyone, and it has, you know, the ergonomics affects everyone differently, probably because whether it's lap play versus desk play or which device they're playing on. I do think the Victrix is not ideal because because I think the Victrix is ideal for the lever and buttons, but I think it's not ideal for for all button controllers. I think what it was basically Momichi, professional Street Fighter player Momichi, asked Victrix to make one for him, and they did, and he liked it a lot. So I think they figured that was enough to say this thing works, and we should just do it like this. But I think the ergonomics is a little different. But then again, you know, I have friends that play Hitbox. They can't stand the Snackbox Micro, but I think the Snackbox Micro is really good outside of Akira's knee. I think it's actually really ergonomic. I prefer the M-Press, but I think the Snackbox Micro is really good. But I think some people just want to use arcade buttons, and Hitbox is arcade buttons. Yeah, if you get a Victrix, do the stick. Yeah. So I think the wear and tear on the wrists and hands, just like with lever, it's based on technique and based on what you're using. And a little bit of different things is different for everybody. But I do think, yeah, there's going to be people where the stress, especially on the ring finger, like here, is going to be too much. And maybe here was, I think Paul said it was here. But my experience is this. It's the ring finger, right behind the ring finger. But on the smaller stuff, I like them because the thing is, when I put it in a keyboard position, that's where I like it. And if you do a decline, not an incline, decline. So if you do decline, surprisingly, it kind of works, or flat, but on my lap where it's angled down by nature, that works great for me. And on desktop with the Snackbox Micro is great too. But I actually really hover over the keys. Like I'm like tapping like this. I think if you guys watch my M-Press video, you can see how I play on it. It looks slow, but it's actually pretty fast. But I'm not naturally a hitbox player. That's just my experience. I have more trouble with Seimitsu push buttons or with Sun Mulan push buttons than with anything I've used on, you know, hitbox layout. Okay, second thing I was going to talk about. Daigo always experiments with the layout. I think his current layout for Street Fighter, I think that might become a thing. Unless the Street Fighter Pro Tour like bans it, or the Tekken Tour bans it, I think that's going to be a thing, which is the hitbox layout, but having an L3 and an R3 button added to it. And the L3 button, now on Daigo's, it's where your pinky would be if you follow the flow of a hitbox. But I think lowering it would be better, because people do have slide techniques, people do have different techniques with the directionals, and so to avoid too much collision with that, just lower the pinky button a little bit, the L3. Then you have the R3. The R3 is next to the up button. It's like to the right of it, and you basically just, you know, shift your thumb over to press it. And I think that's going to be a real thing. But if that becomes legal, then I'm going to say we need to put, like, people using arcade sticks can do, like, you know, get to have a pinky button and get on the left, a left pinky button and a thumb button, and we're good. And those would be L3 and R3. So I think we might see that unless the Pro Tours outright ban putting an L3 or R3 button, but they can't, right? Because you can't ban it from the gamepad, right? You can't say you can't have L3 and you can't have R3 on the gamepad. They're legit, so I think it's going to end up being legit. I think we're going to start seeing those. Yeah, it shouldn't be banned, right? And when a lot of players took it personally when Capcom Pro Tour announced that they're not going to allow SOCD, but the way to think about that is that SOCD was a solution to an old problem. And that old problem was the older fighting games, especially Marvel vs. Capcom 3, was not made with a hitbox in mind, or with keyboard in mind for that matter, right? So simultaneous direction presses were a problem. SOCD came in and said, look, tournament organizers, we put this in so that guy can't cheat. So the thing is Street Fighter 6 is here now. Capcom Pro Tour is just on Street Fighter 6. It's not Street Fighter 5. And so they're just saying Street Fighter 6 was coded so that keyboards and hitboxes are fine. Well, hitboxes anyways are tournament legal. So, and are like, we're designed around it. It is going to do the SOCD like stuff by itself. So we now ban SOCD because you don't need that to play our game. And that's why Capcom banned SOCD for Street Fighter 6 tournaments, because the problem has been solved in Street Fighter 6's software, and is no longer needed. But and they don't care about Tekken or other games, so they're just like. But I don't think Tekken has a problem with SOCD or with non-SOCD. So yeah. But then again, some people really want SOCD to do tricks on certain things, so it's what it is. Alright, let's go ahead and do the league now. Yeah, Taco Guy, I agree. Most sticks do already have the L3, R3. It's just more as like, some players think of it as cheating, because there are a lot of players that felt like arcade sticks shouldn't have a thumb button, but it's like, well, okay, maybe not as a directional, but even though pad has analog stick, but what if it's an L3 R3? Then it should be okay. So I think we're going there. Yeah. In VF, it's just using it as an up button for a thumb button. That's actually a nice thing, because when you do stick, you can do like this, and so you'll be doing upward, like fast movements really quickly. So having a thumb button, or even having a VF3 style evade button, does a lot already, and it's good. But it's not cheating. All right.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Very nice space time. Good use of the spacing. Good also recognizing Shankwit's tendencies pretty quickly and acted on it. Space time is acting very quickly on a read. They've developed a feel for Shankwit with Rec.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Very nice. I think the challenge I would recommend is practice doing launchers on Shankwit, like 6K. That way you get a feel for where you can squeeze them in based on their play, because I can tell that you have a feel of Shankwit Rex. Like, you feel their rhythm, you feel where they're slow and where they're not slow. So that was really good. Yeah. And that's kind of what I do too in some matches. It's like, okay, I'm gonna work on fine tuning how I get certain moves into the flow. Yeah, I gotta try that. I've never tried that. That's good. Yeah. So you just flick thumb middle finger, huh? Yeah. You arpeggiate it. That's because of SOCD. So that is not allowed in Street Fighter 6. You have to disable the SOCD in Street Fighter 6 tournaments. But maybe it could be. It might be SOCD behavior, but yeah, it sounds like SOCD is in action. I think neutral is supposed to be the correct SOCD behavior, but now we're going into a world where Street Fighter 6 banned SOCD. so we're in very interesting territory right now. We're in a void. We're in a rules void right now, or a rules nexus, where everything just gets really messed up. You know, yeah, we'll see how that lands. It's gonna be really whacked with people having to switch their controllers. Shouldn't gamble, but I wanted to gamble.
Round 2. Ready, go! Round 3. Ready,
Alright, let's try to do solid options. Good thing with Jimmy is he's very patient though, so. He's still getting used to that online. Good game. I should have won. I should have taken better advantage, but it's okay. Jimmy beat me on fundamentals though. I was trying to be too cute against his John, not to my detriment. But that was really good stuff. Good game. Good fight. Good fight. Oh man. But yeah, I think this generation, meaning the generation that starts with Street Fighter 6, we'll probably see a change in the both arcade stick and hitbox, in that they're gonna have 10 buttons, 10 action buttons, with the L3, R3 being the action buttons. It felt like you're a little patient though. I mean, there's some YOLO, but not like. I guess what I saw was that you were hesitating because you weren't sure if you got the hit or not. And I kind of played too patient because I wasn't ranking your John too highly in my head. So I got in over my head and you know, and you beat me up. John, yeah, well, like, Jimmy wasn't doing the hard to punish stuff though, right? Jimmy wasn't doing stuff like 6XP backdash as much, you know? Yeah. Very true. John is an amazing character. The John's side turn game though, oh my god. And also I like to ECD against John, but that's not really a good thing to do against John, because even though John has few circulars and half circulars, they're actually really good. The John player just needs to be good at using them. And if the John player is good at using those circulars and half circulars, oh, John is a monster. John is really a pain in the butt to fight when they do that. So, yeah. But they have to kind of learn it, yeah. The half circulars are good. Kick, cancel, and the punch. KP is so good. But also, like, there's 4P. Yeah, there's all the half circulars are good. So are the full circulars. It's like they're very few, but they're good. Yeah, KP is such a good move. It's like full circular so fast, and everyone gets baited into it. They see the kick and they see a kick charge and they want to evade. You know?
It's
Yeah,
Chanchai.
6-6 KP. Oh gosh, yeah. Oh.
Round one. Ready, go! Round two. Ready, go! Round three. Ready, go!
Good battle, Shank with it.
Forgot to train, eh?
What happened in your match, Tengu? Oh, you're fighting Hernan still, so. Nope, Hernan's fighting, yeah, Tengu Man. Good game, Shank with it. Ah, okay. Welcome to VF. That's been a thing since VF1. But VF3 is probably the biggest offender. So I think VF3 is like really the biggest offender.
修行の成果見せるわよ
You better take me seriously.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout!
Good game. I got free PKP, but I was just like, do PPP. You know? I was afraid of getting wrung out by something, but reversal probably would have... No, I think that was guaranteed. Yeah, recovery hit. So, yeah, you can't reversal. Good game. some of the setups that I need to lab because they mess me up in combat sometimes is like, is it her back turn, her weird stance where she goes back turn and she does like reversal. But people I think doing it from the side, I'm not sure, but there's a situation that it's really hard for me to see what the hell she was doing. Yeah. I don't know if it's just a knowledge thing or if it's like really, really good, or if it's just a knowledge thing when it comes to that thing. So. Well, I caught the offensive move. So, or I caught right after it, but into the attack after the offensive move. Good game. I'm trying not to let Hernan get momentum. So, no offense, Hernan. This is our sparring. This is our training, right? I'm trying not to give you the momentum because it's really scary. It's like once Hernan gets on the roll, she's like getting rocked so hard. Like full round reads and stuff. So, yeah, room is still open. After this league is over, there'll be open room. I always forget he actually goes for the ground throws. Connection was fine for me. I mean, it's not like amazing connection, but it was good. Oh man, it would be awesome to have you here, Punker, but I understand if you need the rest. I don't know if I can do a room tomorrow. It won't be till late. But I won't be able to do one on Friday. But hopefully Saturday. Just one league. Come on, you guys, just do one league, because I'm gonna have to send my kids to bed during the next league, so. But I'll start it off, so I need more people in there to fill the time. Yeah, it's a quick league. It's a quick league, so yeah. Just one league. You know, it's like just one more hour of VF. it's like 6 in the morning. You know, and then it's like. No, Hernan, thanks for the matches, Hernan. Connection was tough, but I always love fighting you, man. Yeah. 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 Paul and I are extra guilty so, of going like all night. So. But we know why. We know why. It's because VF is so good, and it hits you with a lot of dopamine. So like this game, like this thing is like a dopamine Pez dispenser. You know, every time you push a button, you feel good. So. That was good, Fuzzy. So good. Good throw. Arcade sticks and buttons were made for VF. Perfect. And I didn't fuzzy. I was supposed to fuzzy there. That happens to... Okay, not gonna lie. That happens to a lot of VF players. Where a lot, like, the other fighting games are, like, something different to them. Not trying to be arrogant. I know half of you fully understand what I mean. Or what Paul means. Alright, space time, awesome. Awesome game, Space Time. That was excellent. You played that so good. Completely wrecked me. Good game. Good game, Space Time. Very good games, everybody. That was really good. We're gonna let some people join in. Panda, Paul, Punker, and then we'll start the league. I will go in as a spectator because I am going to send my kids to bed or start the process while watching the leagues and managing it. But first I'm going to get a drink. The password 4565. Welcome, AGOD. Awesome to have you here. Yes, you brought your Aoi. I love your Aoi, but you can bring your Vanessa or your Aoi. They're both awesome. I don't know if I fought AGOD's Aoi though. Because I met AGOD similar time as admiring my Harley, I tend to, you know, think of Harley's Aoi. But yeah. Yeah. So Paul and King Death Cradle, I'm gonna repeat the story when when Juicebox was doing a stream for Virtua Fighter when VF5US just launched. He's like, I think of Virtua Fighter players and how they must feel whenever they're playing another fighting game, and it's kind of like race car drivers when they think about just normal driving. You know? So. Alright, I'm gonna go check on my kids, make sure they're brushing their teeth. I'll be back. Remember, everybody, password's 4565.
Round 3. Ready, go! Ready, go! Round one. Ready, go! Knockout!
All right. Okay. Cherry Boy, yes, Cherry Boy Hunter is Tengu Man.
Round three. Ready,
Lil Mal, it is awesome to have you in with us. I believe Lil Mal is a strong player from another game, right? And they played VF in their past, but it's good that they're playing this game now. And but I think it will be time before they kind of start to really like what Final Showdown is about, because I think they came from older VF games based on how they tried. Assassin, come on in. The password's 4565. I miss you. Come on in here because we're gonna start the league. We're gonna start the league very soon. Come on in. Come in, Assassin. I don't know if Mal's in the chat, but Mal is in the room. No! Jimmy, no! Okay, cool. Assassin's in. Oh, there you go. I always forget. You got a KDQ in front of it. Alright, we're gonna start it soon. Are you guys ready? We'll do one battle, and then we'll start it. Give people that one game. Yeah, it's gonna happen in the league. So Jimmy, lag is gonna happen in the league because of different people, but it's gonna happen on those matchups usually. At least in my experience, but yeah. And Tengu, thanks for bringing Mal into VF because they're processing the game properly, but it sounds like they're a very old school VF player, but I love it. I see, Jimmy. Oh, thank you for your consideration, but you know, for me, it's worth the lag to fight Jimmy. So that's my view of it. It's worth the lag, and I know how Jimmy is very considerate as a player too. So. Some players are super worth the lag, you know. Actually, a lot of players are. But after this match, we'll start the league. So again, everyone, password is 4565. Please come on in if you can. It's a lot of fun. League battle, you get lots of matches in, lots of experience. It means lots of character matchups, which is a wonderful thing. It can mean lots of different connections, which to me will toughen you up. But that's my view of it. I've said this to other people, but for me, my experience has been that the online is strong enough that training in online has benefited my offline in this game. 10 years ago, I did not feel that way because 10 years ago, too many people were on Wi-Fi. Now, most of the people are at least on cable internet with wired connections, and of course, the best connections are fiber optic with high bandwidth unlocked. The PlayStation Network has a 30 megabyte per second upload cap, so you cannot upload more than 30 megabits per second to PlayStation Network, but that's more than sufficient. As long as you got like 15 is kind of the bare minimum for like really smooth play. But if you're getting 20 or more, you should be great. But the download, you get to download pretty fast on there, so you'll see the fast download speeds off of the PlayStation Network. I like the way Lil Mal's playing. I don't think I fought Lil Mal yet, except maybe once in League. Good game. Alright, we're going to start the League now. Everybody get ready, have fun, and I will check back on you guys. Very good battle. Here we go. You can enjoy with my figures cheering you on and my Virtual Stick high grade with the Razer, with the Razer cheering you on as well. That's also an Itoki Omni arcade stick next to the Virtual Stick high grade. Yeah. Alright. I'll be checking back on you guys in about 10 minutes.
Round one. Ready, go!
No problem, Space Time. We're still going to be going. I'm going to be managing from afar, but I'm here.
Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout! Round four. Ready, go! Knockout! Round one. Ready, go! Round two. Ready, go! Round three. Ready, go! Excellent! Round four. Ready, go! Round five. Ready, go! Knockout!
I'm number one.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Round 5. Ready, go! Round 1. Ready, go! Bring out! Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 5. Ready, go!
Still got one more kid to send to bed, but let's see how this goes.
Knockout!
Good job, Assassin. Awesome battle. Still got a bit to go. Good. The connection will be dependent on the matchup usually. So. Panda, good to see you. Alright, I'm gonna go send my daughter to bed, but I'll see you guys in a bit. I'll be back soon.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout!
You're no match for me.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round one. Ready, go! Round two. Ready, go! Round three. Ready, go! Round four. Ready, go! Knockout!
Light makes rise.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout! Round four. Ready, go!
death.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout!
Wow, it was ridiculous.
Alright, I am back. How's everyone doing right now? Hope everyone's doing well. Wow, we just finished in time, but we couldn't finish the final match. Sasudo Pones, Chanchai versus Assassin. Two strong Tekken players battling it out. Assassin's been very strong though, but man, he's doing well. Wow, Assassin won all of his matches. Yeah, Assassin is 8-0. I think Assassin's won this. Congratulations, Assassin, Paul, and AGOD. That's amazing. So really good stuff. Forgot my new settings. There we go. Thanks everyone participated. Lil Mel, I'm glad you're here. Let's do some sparring and then we'll do another league soon, very soon. The Wolf player, there's two Wolf, right? There's King Death Cradle and there's Sasudo Pones. Sasudo Pones has been getting strong very fast, and is a Tekken player. They did give Mortal Kombat a try. Yeah, both Wolf players are strong. This is an excellent battle, of course. Number 1 and 2 is fighting each other. Assassin's playing so tight nowadays. Wow, look at that. I haven't fought Assassin in a long time. And last time I fought Assassin was very strong. I think Assassin actually beat me the last time we fought. So this is excellent. Yep, good punish there. Don't forget you can fuzzy guard, however, jab was not bad because Paul does like to guard break sometimes, and he could have guard break that fuzzy guard situation. So PK is kind of one of those situations where it can be scary to fuzzy guard against Paul because of his love of guard break, but it's only one of his like 3 flowcharts there, so you gotta be careful. You gotta feel out what his mood is.
Round 3. Ready, go! Excellent!
Alright. Man's up next. I like playing both. Online makes you sharper. So offline you get to be sharper. Online makes you sharper. No problem. We'll be right here when you come back. Dennis 0201's coming tonight. I think Dennis 0201 will be here soon.
Round 2. Ready, go! Round 3. Ready, go!
Thanks a lot, Panda. Get good rest, and we'll play more tomorrow. Yeah, Kobe, you gotta join us, man. You should definitely join us, Kobe. It's good to have Kobe and Panda in the room. Well, Sassy, you gotta help sharpen Panda back up. He's coming right back, but also Panda never really played online that much, so Panda's getting used to the online environment. They have an amazing fiber connection, but it is an adjustment, and I think they're doing awesome. But I know they want to perform better than they are, so be ready for those matches. Be ready for helping Panda get back up to speed, but also seeing what everyone's doing nowadays. Because I am telling them that there is a difference now versus before. There are certain things players are doing now more. So.
Round 5. Ready, go!
And I'm not the only one doing like violent mix-ups, right? A lot of players are now doing violent mix-ups. So. Alright, Panda, have good rest. Yeah, Hernan's connection was a bit tougher now, but I think the later the night gets, the better Hernan's connection. Also, the earlier, also the better the connection for Hernan. But I enjoyed every match with Hernan, and I know that, like, you know, it's a lot of things, but Hernan is very scary now. Hernan has improved a lot. You gotta love the... Yeah, you gotta love the evade jail. Oh, okay. Were you trying to do late evade, like evading the hop kick? Because that's a little hard online. I see. Gotcha.
Round 2.
Incorrect direction.
Ready, go!
So there is a problem with that. Okay. So if you ECD a charging attack, and let's say he does a full charge, if after the evade finishes, you're still inputting something, then you're gonna retrack. He's gonna retrack because of the if you're doing any input after the successful evade, like after it finishes, if you input something, he's gonna track back to you. So this is gonna happen in charge attacks, and it happens with strings. And there's a good reason that the developers put this in Final Showdown. I think you already know it, but I'll just repeat it for everybody else in the room. They put it in Final Showdown because they want you to evade check. They want you to situation check even when you evade. And yeah, tonight it's his connection too. Like tonight, Hernan's connection is really rough. But still, but if you see the way he's been playing Sunday mornings, that's pretty terrifying. So, that said, yeah. So Tengu Man, what I'm saying is basically, if you did ECD and you hit any button or any direction after the successful evade, the charge attack will retrack against you.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Yeah, well, tonight wasn't Hernan's night, but I am telling you, like, there are some skills Hernan's added. That said, the skills that he's added, well, they're strong against most people. Like, in the league matches, he's like 3-0ing most people. You can dodge again. Oh, you mean you can't dodge again for this charge attack? Correct. You cannot do a second dodge on a single attack. If it was a string, yes, you could evade again. But if it was the single charge attack, you can't. So you just evade and wait for the whiff. Wait for the full whiff. Wait for the attack frames to pass. And that, again, it is the design. They want you to situation check that, yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, Hernan only needs to play a little more, and you're going to see what we're talking about, Assassin.
Round 3. Ready,
It'll be next time. I'm checking on Dennis's status right now, so.
round 4. Ready, go!
Man, awesome, Aoi. Very good. Good battle. Oh, I'm up already, okay. I'm giving Dennis a little chance to come in, but we'll start the league soon. But I need to check their status. Alright, let's see how this goes. I do love fighting Aoi, but Aoi has the tools to really mess with Leon too, but they might not be the tools that a lot of Aoi players think. But I think A-God knows. I think A-God knows what to do against Leon, so let's see how this goes.
Round 1. Ready, go! Round 2. Ready,
did look like a low reversal, just kind of off time. Just looked like the timing was too early because of the whiff. Okay. Wolf is a nasty matchup. Yeah, I can. I wonder. Dennis is going to be on in 5 minutes, so when Dennis is here, we'll let him. We'll start pretty soon after Dennis arrives. Okay, cool, no problem. Psychic ring out. Okay, so Dennis is quickly walking his dog, hoping that the dog will, you know, go pee. and then good game, good round. Hey Jinwoo, good to see you. Hope you're doing really well. I wish we had more time together in Japan. That's it. I love Brad's punish, so good. Alright. Good game, Assassin. That was intense.
I want a serious
Okay, I need to tell Dennis the password. Let me see. Alright, I don't remember fighting Lil Mal, but I think I fought them once. Okay, cool. Alright, welcome back, King Death Cradle. Assassin, get back after the shower. But we'll probably be playing. The rhythm's slow. Good patience. I like Lil Mal's patience there. This is good. Alright. Lil Mal's got very good defense. I agree. The patience, so good. They're gonna learn every time they fight. So I'll give them everything so they can see everything. I really like their patience. Alright. Dennis is in. Okay. Let's start the league, but I want to fight Paul. Let's start the league though. Okay. Let's get everybody get their matches in. Oh, so good. He knows me too well. That was a good round. Good game, Dennis.
See? I thought I'm better.
Assassin, I think so too. I have a good feeling about Lil Mel, so. Man, from one wolf to another.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout. Round two. Ready, go! Knockout. Round three. Ready, go! Knockout. Round four. Ready, go! Knockout. Round five. Ready, go!
Good game, KDC.
Forgot to train, eh?
Oh, Jinu, I'm so sorry about that. I've heard it can be tough being Korean in Japan, so I'm really sorry that you have to deal with that crap. But you know that we always support you, man. We support you personally, so. It's one of the hard parts about societies with high power hierarchies is, you know, there are many ways to differentiate, and yeah, it can be tough.
Round one. Ready, go! Round two. Ready, go!
Oh my god. Like
I want a serious
like I've seen it in. I love my friends in Japan. I love my friends in Korea, but I've also seen how there are challenges from certain positions and certain backgrounds in both. So yeah. But thank you for always supporting us, Jinwoo. Jinwoo has supported American VF players like all the time at every opportunity. This year at EVO Japan, they were very welcoming to. Jinwoo was very welcoming to Team Strike First, and also let Adam Yuki borrow his fight stick too, and so that Adam would be more comfortable with what he was playing at EVO. So yeah.
Round one. Ready, go! Round two. Ready, go! Round three. Ready, go!
That was awesome. That was awesome. Good round, Paul. That was really good. That was really, really good. What he did there was really good.
Ready, go!
Down. Nope. Delay. Oh, I got it. Good game. I gave you my all, Paul. Gave you my all. I tried to be as clever as I could against you. So,
I want a serious fight.
oh. So, about the Aoi matchup with the AGOD, I have the tools to really condition Leon with low attacks. And Aoi, that's the one thing she really hates, are good low attacks. So it's kind of like putting pressure on her, but conditioning it, and then trying to blow up when I think she's going to change up, or when she's going to finally try to reverse the low attack. So that's a big part of it. Using reversals against Leon is kind of rough. But Aoi's elbows are very good against Leon. So Aoi should use her pressure game against Leon, because she has the tools to do that. Yeah, so like take the advice from Tengu Man, because Tengu Man plays Aoi versus Leon like the best. But it's a very hard matchup because of the low conditioning. But also because Leon has Leon can counter hit launch from high, mid, and low, and you have to understand that. And also two-handed attack really is good against the two-handed attack is really good. Again, like this move is really good against yin-yang stance. If I think you're gonna yin-yang stance, I love using that move. of course I can throw too. So Leon has a balance. Leon has all the options. So what I think that like Aoi has to do against Leon is pressure with her elbow game, and because safe mids are strong against Leon, but also punish him for doing lows, make him afraid to do that. Then you will open up the other stuff. Man, I love Mal's adaptability. The only thing that Mal might be weak against is lows right now. But Mal is very strong. It's only a matter of time before Lil Mal is like becomes like a monster in this matchup too. I think their patience will be rewarded. That patience is so good. It's a patience that's very similar to Tengu Man's patience. So, you know, like, it's really frustrating. It might not be exactly the same. Tengu Man, when I first played Tengu Man, the thing about Tengu Man was they knew where they were forcing mix-ups, and they would use them. And so they made these reads, like, 3 moves in advance, through the string, and they just kind of knew what they were going to do. They were committed. And they were correct on their reads like a lot of the time. And then they also would figure out your patterns. No, 100%. Yeah, go ahead. Preach, Tengu Man. I'm reading your preach too. I had to wave rush Kobe, so you know, so that they didn't get momentum, because Kobe has really beat me down sometimes too. So yeah, but I am trying to stay on top of it, and also there are certain things that leave Aoi open. So I'm like, oh, my low is gonna do a combo here, or like I can nail him with this there, and it's from experience, right? But again, it's what Leon is afraid of are those elbow rushes. Just using safe poking with your elbows and high, like your safe pokes and your elbow, and the 4-3-P is amazing. Is it 4-3-P plus K? I don't know, the two-handed one. Like, a lot of those things, they're really obnoxious against Leon. Of course, I can parry, but even if I parry, she's got, like, her elbow's going to strings. So it's just like, okay, I'll sidestep and then I'll get hit. So string cancels are good against Leon. 4-4-P plus K is a good move to be, like, if you can outmaneuver Leon's spacing, you can punish him for having precise spacing, right? The more precise your opponent's spacing is, the more you can actually punish it with like jukes, and Aoi has them. And from the elbows, you can do a lot of extended pressure because she's got freaking like, she's got like the cancels, like the extended cancels, the cancels from Yin Yang. So like I think Aoi should use Yin Yang into attacks, Yin Yang into the attack follow-ups against Leon, because she kind of wants to bait him to try to punish her for doing the Yin Yang, but she just cancels it right away, and he's screwed, you know. Taco guy, depends on which matches you're having that are laggy. Right now, my matches, most people are laggy, but some people have a tough connection. Like, I can tell you that, like, I know KDQ in person, and they have a cable connection, but it's rough because it's more of a rural connection. KDC is out in the farmlands, so like kind of like just outside of the city. So KDQ is just outside of the city, and that's kind of the tough part. It's more of a recent development because they used to have like a faster connection at their old place. And I think anyone can sympathize. Technically, it's broadband, but like it's not Wi-Fi. He's not doing that to anybody. But it is tough because of the where he's at, and sometimes I get a good connection. Sometimes it can be a hard one. So we'll play with timing there. Yeah. KDC traveled all the way from Oregon to Chicago. Sorry, I said it with the hard C. I know people from Chicago don't like to hear it with this, with the soft C, or with the hard C. Yeah, they had their heart set on it. They skipped out on going with us to Seattle to make sure they were able to go to go to Combo Breaker. Yeah, and like you guys, they're a strong Tekken player. I know, KDC, hearts out to you, man. I'm glad that at least now you can play in local offline as where Portland has a developing local scene again. Fortunately now, more people are getting comfortable, including me, and so we're starting. And Panda's back in the scene, and he's been a huge part of this. Like I'm crediting Panda for why we're getting newer people playing VF. The crowd that we're picking from the most is probably Guilty Gear. So Guilty Gear, and KDC has also been teaching people. So Guilty Gear players have been really open to learning VF. Part of it's because they know frames. They like lab, and they also like right now they're ready for another game, right? Because Strive has run its course for 2 years, so they're ready to expand their horizons a bit. So right now is like a wonderful time to recruit all of your Guilty Gear friends back into VF. And I was teaching a lot of Guilty Gear players for the 1 week that that Ultimate Showdown came out before Strive came out. Strive came out literally 1 week after Virtua Fighter Ultimate Showdown. And in that 1 week, I was teaching a lot of Guilty Gear players how to play VF. They really liked it. Like, that crowd is more open to VF than I've seen almost anywhere outside of Soul Calibur and maybe Dead or Alive. But the Guilty Gear crowd is like really open to learning VF, so that's just an advice to all of you guys that are going to your offline locals, you know, or know people in the Guilty Gear community. Thank you so much, Jimmy. I'm really glad that I got that performance. I can't, you know, it's not going to last long. Dennis is going to be like #1 dog soon. But yeah, we'll do about 3 matches. And then we'll do about 3 matches, and we'll do another league. No, it's just 2 years, so the Guilty Gear players are still loving Guilty Gear to a degree. Some aren't. So you do get some disaffected, but you also get people that are real active still. But the thing that they're doing is they're ready for another game, and so VF is like exciting, right? And the good thing for us is that if you really get to understand VF, most people I know end up loving VF. Like, they get hooked on the game. So, you know, so we're gonna eventually have those people. You know, we're already having this new generation, and the Guilty Gear players might be adding to that soon. Just like, you know, after when Tekken 8 comes out, there's going to be so many people loving Tekken 8, but there's going to be some people that Tekken 8 might not be the Tekken that they really wanted, and they might be open to trying other 3D fighters or Street Fighter 6. But don't be surprised if that happens shortly after Tekken 8 comes out, you know. But we're not necessarily catching the Street Fighter 6 people, but that's okay, because Street Fighter 6 is actually very good and has energized the offline scene. We're benefiting from the energized offline scene, but the Guilty Gear players are kind of like, okay, but they might think that Virtua Fighter is more for them than Street Fighter 6 is. And you might be surprised by that unless you played enough Guilty Gear. Then you'll probably understand why. But I do think that Virtua Fighter is not that intimidating for the Guilty Gear players. And the reason for that is because Guilty Gear is really in-depth knowledge. Like, it's not just one system. You're learning, it's like learning a bunch of Lei Feis and Vanessas and Takas, you know? You know how you feel like you have to relearn the game for Taka, for Vanessa, for Lei Fei, and then Shun? Guilty Gear is like that with every character. You know? So they're not intimidated by VF's learning curve the way many other people might be intimidated by VF's learning curve. But I do think it's not so much learning curve. Well, there is a learning curve in VF, but I think mainly the thing that people need for VF is just translation, just kind of understanding what's different or understanding what they should focus on, right? Low punch doesn't guarantee you a combo in this game, but low punch gives you a Yomi situation, a very simple one, and you just have to guess if the opponent's going to attack or defend, and your action should be based on whether you think they're going to attack or defend. That's the simplified version. Of course, which options you pick are complicated. Alright. Hey, King Death Trail, thanks very much for joining us. I hope you can make it out Friday. I'll see if I can do more VF tomorrow night, too. So, I had a lot of fun with you in here. Thank you so much, man. Thanks always for supporting on the VF, and I love it. And, yeah, you and I will get Five Guys on Friday night, alright? Wife is cool with me going to it, so we're gonna go eat Five Guys after VF. So I know that's what KDC is looking forward to. So hey, thank you. We're gonna start doing League soon. So let me check with Dennis. He's okay. Alright, after this match, we will do a league. I personally like Five Guys. I like it quite a bit. KDC hadn't been out to Five Guys yet, and so I introduced it to him during the Portland tournament a week and a half ago. And he really liked it. Now, Portland has many, many burger places. So a lot of people in Portland are kind of spoiled with all the options, so they might, Five Guys might not be their thing anymore. But I still love, and I love those burgers. But I still have a place in my heart for Five Guys too. So I think for what it is and what it offers and its unique taste or unique attributes. So, and I do like peanut oil on my fast food. We do have A&W in my area, so, and some of them are combined with KFC. Oddly enough, Thailand has quite a few A&W. That shocked me. So A&W is pretty common at gas stations outside of Bangkok. Yeah, it's really crazy, right? Well, it's just like I was in Oman, in Muscat, that's in the Middle East, and like they have Hardee's over there, right? Now in Oregon, Hardee's is Carl's Jr., which Hardee's bought a long time ago. But they still use the Carl's Jr. brand in Oregon. But I'm familiar enough to know that it's Hardee's, and when you look at it, you're like, that's Carl's Jr. Like, they're the same. But yeah, in the Middle East, they've got Hardee's. All right, here we go. Oh crap! It's gonna be after this match. So after Paul versus Sasuke Pones, which many of us will not be able to watch, because I started the league match. But once their match finishes, we will have the league battle. So if you're wondering why you can't see Sausage Opponents versus Paul 68 KDMD, it's because I'd set the league to start, but I started it right after they had confirmed their match. So because of that, they're playing their match. They can see their match, but we can't. But after they're finished, the league will begin. It's fun seeing what each place specializes in. You know, I'm a sucker for the diet root beer at A&W, and I just like, you know, it's fountain, but I like their draft. It's like they make it cold. All right, here we go. League, good luck, everyone. Ah, I see. But I like how cold they run their fountain on the root beer, right? It's so good. So yeah. So I'm a sucker for it. But like, I'm not a big fan of Sonic, but I like eating the hot dogs, and I do like the drinks. So I like to go there just to get drinks, especially during happy hour. Good. Smart. Good. Side turn. Damn, that side turn sucks. I'm giving Sasso opponents the training in the combat. Good. Nice. Very good. That's punishable. You want to punish with PK. So if I do this, Sasu opponents, if I do the double kicks, like the jumping kick, if I do that, you want to PK punish, even on wake up. Yeah, even if I'm doing Zokizeme, you can punish it still, so... Oh man, I forgot. Yeah, so you guys out in the Midwest, you guys are dealing with the smoke from Canada, right? Welcome to the world that Portland had to deal with 3 years ago in 2020, and then again in 2022, when we had lots of wildfires, some local but mostly from California and Canada and even Idaho, causing us to have like 200 plus AQI for over a week. It was horrible. It's absolutely horrible. In 2020, most people, like, we already were on lockdown or shutdown, but even I, whose restaurant was open through the pandemic, had to close it just so that my employees could stay safe at home. And I had to tell staff to get, like, because fans were being sold out, to get whatever box fan they could and get filters and use those to filter the air in their houses, and drink lots of water and, you know, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you're not even supposed to breathe outside. And it's like, you know, Chicago has to deal with enough, right? Chicago has like really hot in March and then suddenly freezing snow in like April, and you're like, what the hell? You know, the Windy City is no joke. It's so damn cold. I could not feel my face. My face felt like a rubber mask. Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay, so you always know that you've got pollution when you've got a red sun. When you see like the red sun, that's a big sign. The orange sky, dead giveaway. So anytime I start seeing like a red haze, I kind of know it's coming. And so I start checking the AQI right away. I'm like, how bad is the air quality index? And those things, some of them come from people's devices in their car and in their homes that are measuring those. And I think even Nest, even some of the Nest temperature things will read it, so. Man, that Paul side game is so freaking scary.
Round 3. Ready, go!
So decisive. And PKG, man. PKG has a good way of messing. If you do animation checking like I do, PKG can mess you up a little. Really good game. Even though you two know each other, the matchup still looks awesome fresh. Yeah, anybody with asthma absolutely like just shouldn't even go to work with that when you have smoke like that, when you have particles in the air like that. All right, let's see what we got here. Man, Kobe's bringing on the pie. It's always exciting. Yeah, a lot of people describe it like Silent Hill. I love how Diablo 4's launch had like the New York billboard with the orange sky, and you're just like, yeah, that looks appropriate. You know, here comes Lilith. You know. it was just like New Yorkers are probably just like, dude, it's like the end times, you know. So it's just like but it looked like that was a big problem in New York, was a lot of people didn't know that they weren't supposed to be out and about in that smog. They're so used to another kind of smog, right? So Alright, man, each match, Lil Mal has given me a harder time with their defense. Let's see. But the good lesson you always give Vanessa is how good throws are. For her and for both. And then you kind of start doing that, right? So then you're like, you have to get a feeling for when they're adapting to that choice. Hey, no, Strawberry. That's you, yeah. So you're a Lil Mal, right? Oh, you're Quasi be awesome. Good to have you here. But Lil Mal, if you ever want to work on the Leon matchup, always happy to work on that with you. It is hard to explain though in Vanessa terms because it's using a lot of tools, and I think I make it hard because I fight a lot of Vanessa players. So, but really good game. But you're gonna feel out those lows. You're gonna feel out when I like to do them, and you're gonna punish them. But then you're also gonna see that that's not the only thing I do. So, but we get there when we get there. So that's the key with VF, right? Don't mix yourself up. Let your opponent prove to you they can change up.
Round one. Ready, go!
Nice. That kick is such a good Okizeme tool. So, oh no, wall rising kick. Problem with high jab opening.
Round three. Ready, go!
Man, I hate that that's not punishable. What the frick? Awesome, awesome round. That was so much fun. That was really, really fun. Good game. I thought it was over, but I was able to survive. I hate that. You gotta do a low punch or something. You gotta do like a low, like 3P as one of your options there. Like you really need to use 3P. The reason is you gotta punish people that are trying to PK that. So you got to punish people when you do the safe launcher. Is it that? I don't think it's that. One of the launchers you did is safe, and if people mistakenly think it's like punishable, you got to do like a 3P. I think it's I don't remember which one it was, but it's not the two hand. Not the two hand. No, it's not crouch 3PK. It's not that. It's a kick one. But like I kept trying to PK you, and it wasn't guaranteed. It was like you were -8 or -9, but I'm pretty sure it's -8. But it looks like, you know, it's similar to how Brad has a knee. Not the double kick but maybe anything like that though. So anything that's like -8 that looks like it could be punishable, you want to keep in your mind 3P as your option because it punishes anyone who wants to do PK. That's all. Yeah, it was probably just neutral K, but yeah, anybody who's doing like non-guarantee, then you got to do like 3P is a good option. Because some people are more intuitive, right? They don't study like you do. Yeah, so what they are is the intuitive type might try to punish that, and you got to be ready to punish them. Really, Paul, that was such an awesome round. Both rounds were so awesome. I love it. I had a feeling that would work. Good game, good game. I thought I could time the Okizeme better. That was a really good game. Really, really fun game, Paul. And really good doing the in-place rising attack. That's the hardest one to Oki. So if they're thinking of watching for the roll, they're gonna be screwed if they try to go for the sidekick. So good game.
Round one. Ready, go! Round two. Ready, go!
Yeah, completely red. I can do this.
Ready, go!
I forgot about this. So good. Alright, good game, Dennis. That was so much fun. That was so much fun.
You won't stay on your feet when you fight me.
Alright, Kobe, here we go. This could be nuts. Wanna go nuts? Let's get nuts. I have not watched that movie.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two.
Wave rushed again.
What a knucklehead!
Congratulations, Paul and Dennis. Is this no? It's versus Pi. Yeah, no, Paul won this one. Oh, good games, Paul. No, he did not get lucky. That was really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. That was an awesome league battle session. Tengu and Sauce Opponent's really going at it. Yeah. Good games, you guys. Oh, that was an awesome league. Yay. Whew. I'm gonna get some water and then we'll see where we go from there, but we'll probably do another league. Lil Mel, thank you for joining us, and I hope we can spar more. Your play is great. Keep it up. You'll get to know the weapons more. Get to know all of them. Wow, that's going fast. All right. You guys can go ahead and fight. We're gonna fight a few. I am going to queue myself after that because I'm going to go get a drink of water and I'll be right back.
Round one. Ready, go!
I'll be right back.
Round two. Ready, go! Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout! Round one. Ready, go! Round one. Ready, go! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Round four. Ready, go! Knockout!
Alright, I'm back. Let's do this. Alright. Man, this is a dream room also. I love fighting these guys so much. I love fighting everyone, but this is a room I've wanted to make for a while. We got Midwest versus West Coast. Dennis is one of the strongest players in the country. He plays generally for fun and as a family man late at night. But we know that if he was super serious, he's insanely strong and one of the best players in the country. But because the newer generation hasn't been exposed to him much, and when Final Showdown came out, he played a bit, but Ultimate Showdown 2, but the thing is he's a family man since back then. So like, he just wasn't available anymore. So most of his playing is like online late at night. But you guys can watch him play this online connection, and you can see that he makes online look like offline. He really does. Like it's kind of the closest you get to playing offline while you're playing online. So when you play against him with a good connection, and not just because of connection, but he just makes it look like it's offline the way he plays. His reads, his reactions are just very scary. His movement, though. And right now he's kind of just playing side characters because he's challenging himself and he plays a lot of characters. His main characters are John, Jackie, and Wolf. He's originally from Taiwan. So he does follow like the Taiwan scene too, and he can read like the stuff that they post about the game as well, and what they share. They do have strong players there as well. All right. Let's see how this goes. This is gonna be really hard. It's gonna be interesting. But I need to just remind myself I'm just fighting Jeffrey. Let's work on fighting Jeffrey first, because there are some stuff I've learned about this matchup. Okay, that one up there.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Man, really? Holy crap. I didn't expect that. Yeah, he went for it again. He went for it again. He's going for toe kick of doom. He's going for toe kick of doom. So he went for it again. So my jabs negated the toe kick of doom because they weren't counter hit.
Round 4. Ready, go!
Oh, I thought I was gonna get Sabaki there. Oh, let's ring out.
Round 5. Ready, go!
Oh, I thought I ducked it. Yeah, that's it. Good game. Good game, Dennis. I gotta just fight Jeffrey. He doesn't do any of the +5 stuff or +3 as much, I think. I could be wrong. But usually, Jeffrey has some of that stuff just to bait Fuzzy Guard. But he doesn't need to in America, so... So I should Nitaku more, but yeah. Good game.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Oh, that was look really good, but you can't fade. Wait for back. So that stomp is such a good move, and if you get hit by it, you want to fuzzy guard with down guard 2G, 5G, but beware that he can low throw you. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, let's punish it. Beautiful. Come on, Tengu. Cheering for you.
Round 3. Ready, go!
That was a cool option, cool response. Nice ECD into knee. So beautiful. And that makes it look like offline. You win the throw war. Look at that.
Round 4. Ready, go!
Nice confirm. That's so beautiful. Look at Tenku Man's like pie evolve in real time. So good. That was beautiful, Tengu Man. Good game. Very good game. Very, very good game. So good. Yeah.
Round one. Ready? Round two. Ready? Go!
God. Yeah, Pi, I gotta respect Pi's.
Round three. Ready? Go!
You're gonna feel this, you're gonna get it. You're gonna see through all that and punish it really good. I'm glad I didn't get 4K wall splatted. So I'm really glad I didn't beat that. So
Round one. Ready? Go! Round two. Ready? Go!
he went for forward. I thought he'd go for back. I thought he'd go for a low there. I'm like, he's gonna go for low. Nope. For push.
Round three. Ready? Go! Round four. Ready? Go! Knockout!
See? I thought I'm better.
Round one. Ready? Go! Bring out! Round two. Ready? Go!
Oh, that's punishable. Even the side turn, no. good.
Round 3. Ready? Go!
Ring out. We gotta ring that out. Good game. Good round.
Round 4. Ready? Go!
Nice timing. Nice. Good game. Very good game, Tenguman. That was awesome. That was an excellent game. So much fun.
Round 1. Ready? Go!
Still a good Oki. Yeah, Fuzzy will stomp. I don't know if he does low throw, but I think you can get away with one Fuzzy guard against it. Punish, yep. Oh! There we go. Oh.
Round 3. Ready? Go!
He really wants to do Tokyo Kadoom. Yeah, ECD that.
Excellent! Round 4. Ready? Go!
Beautiful Oki. I love Tenguman's Oki with this fire ready. Just hard. Nice Fuzzy. Very good game. Some good stuff in there. Very good game. It's like with the Korean in the movies, respect.
Round 1. Ready? Go!
This goes for target. Okay. But second round he's gonna be a barring. We'll see.
Round 2. Ready? Go! Round 3. Ready, go!
Damn it! I need to tilt my stick. Nice. What? I hate that.
Round 4. Ready, go!
That was good.
Round 5. Ready, go!
I didn't let go, Garin. Good game, good game. I gotta do like 6 XP or something, but that's the bait. He's baiting that. But I can do spin kick. Good game. No, yeah, so what it is, it's a timing thing. So you gotta do, the easy way to do toe kick of doom is you do 2K and you do a backdash, and there's a certain timing where you let the backdash go a certain amount, then do a half circle forward throw. And that's what it is. So it's because it's timing based. So the backdash helps you time it. But it also works as an option select too. You can react it. I think he's working on reacting. He's training himself to watch what the opponent does with the backdash, and then he'll cancel the half circle forward throw if he starts being able to see it. He's training himself to have an option select on the toe kick of doom. See, like that. So you want to punish it, and if he whiffs, you definitely want to side kick. Because a lot of players are just pre-buffering that backdash on the 2K because they're aiming for like that toe kick of doom. So you can force them to hit check it properly.
Round 3. Ready, go!
You gotta punish that. That was not a need from the side. I guess you were trying to do the body check. Okay. It's fuzzy guard there. Fuzzy guard. Yeah, you gotta fuzzy guard PKs. And then force it, and then make a mix-up game once he actually does a low throw. So once he actually low throws your fuzzy guard, then you have a mix-up between ECD and fuzzy guard, or whatever you want. You can Abari as well, because if he's trying to do both throw and low throw, then launch him. But he's testing to see if you're fuzzy guarding PK. Tonight I'm not as sharp. Lately I've been doing it more, but tonight I'm not sharp. But offline I very easily fuzzy guard PKs and then play the guessing game after that.
Round 1. Ready, go!
So I'm supposed to do this when he does that stomp. I'm supposed to do 2G, 5G. And that will beat his options unless he goes for low throw. What? No. No, 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 no. Dennis, no! I'm the one who it deemed disconnected. Okay. Man, I'm sad. That's okay. You guys can play. It was weird. I don't know what happened there. It just crashed, I guess. Alright. We'll fight. We'll get the queue going. Okay. Watch what we're doing. Try to be confusing too. So, but I was thoroughly confused. I know better than that. Down back, okay. So the other was down when you did the spin, the kick into the face. Okay. That was the most confusing match. I think we tried to fight each other with, tried to confuse the crap out of each other. That's a semi-safe striker way to play. Chaos style, I don't know. Oh, Paul's in. Alright. Yeah, same, and that's what I think we were both trying to be indirect. Thanks. It works. Hey, good to see you, Haddonfield. It is. We got like strong players in the room. can't believe that didn't work. If he evaded, I was so wringing myself out. That was such a risky move.
Round 2. Ready, go!
I love how that worked. So right there was a case where I had to do an attack so he wouldn't toe kick or doom me. Use my 10 frame kick.
Round 3.
No, not again. What? Tonight I'm gonna reset my modem. There, it can't be. I don't know why Dennis and I are having this tonight.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Oh my god, stage side turn. Man, I like how Paul's mixing up his okizeme now, like this way. It's so rough.
Ready, go! Round 3. Ready, go!
At least we know that it's Nitaku on that, right? That's gotta be Nitaku there.
Round 4. Ready, go!
I can't believe I got away with it. Oh, that worked out.
Round 5. Ready, go!
Good game. That's it. Really good game, Paul. That was so much fun. So intense, so fun. Alright, let's watch this battle. Dennis can only play a few more. I think everyone's kind of like ready to rest soon. I am actually, but okay, I'm lying. I'm ready to rest VF a little bit and play Final Fantasy, but I want to play more matches for a bit. But I'm not ready to do 3 more hours of matches. And I know Paul and I will do that if I accept doing like a big set after or something. So let's do room matches, please. Hang in there with me, guys, because I'm gonna call it for that. Yeah. So we're still gonna play. We're still gonna play, but just for a bit more. Oh no. I think this is weather related. Right now, this is summer heat season. I think that's gonna be it for Dennis because that's his disconnection again. He's really frustrated by it. So, hearts out to Dennis. He isn't in the chat, but let's play a couple more battles together. I think. Oh, maybe they're still playing, but it's his connection to me. Jimmy, thank you. Man, always feel free to give insight. You understand the game deeper than me. I think there's so much there's so much that I love your knowledge. So thank you very much, Jimmy. And but I like your friendship too, and I love your willingness to teach people and help people as well. You're like a kindred spirit, man. I think you see VF the way I do, just that, you have more knowledge and you're stronger, you have more skill too. But I think you see VF in general, as a game, as something that we love to do, but we balance with our life. You balance your sleep better than I do. And also we know how much better it is with more people, but we know that it's on us to do that. The best chance for the game to have more players is when we help other people get stronger and we help other people see why it's such an amazing game. It's one of those games where it's not obvious right away why it's such a beautiful game, but when you play it and as you understand it, you just we've seen so many people that truly fall in love with this game, and we know what we have, what is here is special. So you see that too. Yeah, let's do our best there. Okay, I don't know how to take that. But, are you doing a euphemism, Tengu Man? Okay, okay, all right. I wasn't sure if you were insulting me or Jimmy and my kindness. So it's I'm like, what's he directing that at? I see. Oh, that's nasty. Okay. Can't do cute stuff with Paul. I need to be on it. So let's see if I can wake up again. I want to see if I can do cute stuff. No more. Okay. I said no more cute stuff and I kept doing cute stuff. I want to do cute stuff against Paul. It's really fun. It's really fun to do cute stuff against Paul. Alright. He's like, no, you can't try to mess with that. Good stuff. I think I've like lost my mental capacity now. I think that just proved that I've kind of lost my mojo now for the rest of the night. Good game, Paul. I don't know if I call that a good game, but it was fun regardless. It was me trying to do stupid stuff. He does have a third strike overhead. Combo expert, I love having you in this room, man. Welcome to the room. You kind of wish that in that situation, the side chair and counter hit 3 people scared that Akira had something better though for that exact moment. Maybe like deep body check would do a lot of damage. I don't know, but the way that the position she was felt like deep body check would have done an insane amount of damage. There's the deep body check. Man, I'm sorry that like I'm out of gas as you arrive, but I'm so happy to see you, Combo Expert. Man, keep sparring, keep it up, and yeah, like love your Lao. And we've got more Lao players, right? Now we've got C Money, of course, and you. And technically, though I haven't seen him play Lao lately, D the G's got a good Lao, and we have Drenched, who has a lot of potential. I really believe that Drenched has lots of potential. Just needs to spar a lot, and which they are, but also improve certain fundamentals, and then they'll be like a monster. But Lao is kind of rough because you have to like he's gonna force you to have a lot of discipline in your game because he can't loosely do stuff. There's a player named Drenched who's starting out playing who's kind of newish to VF, but they have certain skills. I see stuff in them, but but there's still like a layer of fundamentals that they understand the system a lot actually, but certain fundamentals, as they iron out, they'll be stronger. Have a good night, Tengu Man, and thanks so much for the battles. I had so much fun fighting you, man. Time to go to the dentist, yeah. Like, let me guess, Paul. You were doing oral surgery for the military. You didn't like the pace, so now you're in private. now you're doing it in the private sector. So, because I have another friend who is like oral surgeon, military, and he's like, I did my time. Now I want to actually make money. You know. So. That was so much fun. Thank you so much, Tengu Man. I hope the smoke situation gets a lot better sooner. Wishing you best of health, and I hope we get to spar again soon. If I do tomorrow night, it's gonna be later. It's gonna be late evening, kind of like tonight, because I have quite a bit to do throughout the day tomorrow. But Friday, I don't think I'll have much time for VF online because I'll be doing it offline. We have a session in Portland that we're doing, and we got quite a few new players that we're going to teach, but I think we're going to have 4 setups. Yeah. Yep. Have a good night, Tengu. Well, I heard you've been wanting to set up offline in Chicago area too, and I hope you do. I know it's a lot of work, and but I hope you guys. You know, Chicago had an active Virtua Fighter 3 scene. And Virtua Fighter 2, very much actually, and so I wish it had more scenes for the modern VF era. I know we found some others. I know there's C Money. I know there was one other person, but I'll let you know anytime I know somebody in Illinois or somebody in driving range. But have a good night. Rest well. Yeah. Alright, see you later. Keep it up with the pie. I want to fight your Aoi again. That was so much fun. Yeah. And for the record, your Aoi I think had the winning record against my Leon. So. God, it's good fuzzies. Combo expert's playing sharper with his wolf. Nice, there it is.
Round 2. Ready, go!
You should have animation checked that 4P, but I guess you were going for the other half circular, which is why you fully committed to that. That was awesome, a combo expert to call it out though.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Combo expert must have really good stagger break for Paul to do that.
Knockout! Round 4. Ready, go!
Nice. That was such a cool crouch dash into Yoho. That might have been an ECD into Yoho, but still, that was so cool. And you have to use the 353 motion for that to be that really good. Though with Akira, you do want to do 353. So.
Round 5.
As Leon, 323 is wonderful. So. It's so good. Careful of those highs. Alright, here we go. Probably only... Don't know how much room I got here. Dennis wants more. I'm happy to see that.
Round 1. Ready, go! Round 2. Ready, go! Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout!
That was really smart.
Ready, go!
I didn't think that would hit. It's like Crush City. We went for the crushes. Good game.
What a knucklehead.
Alright, please, please, connection, hang in there, please. We're like both on the West Coast, for crying out loud. Must be bad weather. Oh, this is a bad sign how long that took. That's a bad sign.
Forgot to train, eh?
I'm glad it didn't disconnect. Alright, combo, let's do this. I hung in there for you, my friend. In there for you.
You better take me seriously.
Are you ready for this?
Round one.
I don't think so, but
Ready, go!
good. It's neutral. Okay.
Round two. Ready, go!
I went with 6 instead of 4 on accident. Okay.
Round three. Ready, go! Round four. Ready, go! Round five. Ready, go!
Good game, combo expert. Whew. Good games. That was so much fun, Paul. Thank you very much. That was really good games. We'll watch a couple of these.
Round one. Ready, go! Round two. Ready, go! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout! Round one. Ready, go!
Yeah, you master this one, there's no choice but to block, and that's such a powerful, really forces the guessing game on the wake up.
Ready, go! Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Round 3. Ready, go! Round 4. Ready, go! Round 5. Ready, go! Excellent!
Pause on a roll right now. Let's watch this match, and then I'm gonna head off for the night. But I appreciate you guys so much. Paul, I really do appreciate you. Let's see.
Round 1. Ready, go!
God, that's so nuts. Like, ECD and the stun palm are doing. What is going on there?
Round 2. Ready, go!
That's a bad misinput.
Round 3. Ready, go! Round 4. Ready, go!
Very good combo spread. Excellent round.
Round 5. Ready, go!
Nice, nice. That was an awesome battle combo. That in the end there, that was such a good hit confirm in combo. So that was really cool. Really good. Okay. Combo expert, what kind of controls are you using? Are you using a stick? And if you're using a stick, which lever are you using? Pad. Okay. Just checking. I was wondering why you got the accidental up P. Because I think I've seen you do up P a few times before. Not that much, but was wondering. Okay, you were going for banana attack. I see. If you want to know a trick, if you do, you can do up, back, and punch. And so that way, if Paul does happens to move away, then you can kind of mitigate the potential damage you'll take if you guess wrong. So up, back, punch as your input for a pounce will have you hopping away, and sometimes that's better. So just letting you know that you can use up, back, punch to do a pounce. So 7P.
On 3. Ready, go!
Yeah, it's a cool trick. In Virtua Fighter 4 is when we first saw that trick, but used in a different way. Chibita had this tech with Leon, where Leon would have this throw, you know the flip throw that I do? Where it's from crouch forward and throw, and Leon gets up on the opponent's chest and then does a flip, like a back flip. In Virtua Fighter 4, and even all the way up to VF5 Vanilla, Leon can do back forward kick and guard, and he would hit them on the ground from that combo, from that throw. And then he can do up, back, and punch. And what happens is if they tech roll, he'll just hop away. And if they don't tech roll, he'll get the pounce. It's a pretty cool option select. So in general, it's good to use up, back, punch in most cases when you're doing if you decide you're going to do a pounce. Pounce in general is very risky always, but that trick is a good trick so that if you get the hop, you just hop away. Let's watch a few more games too. Want to showcase these fine players, and it's fun watching. Just like it's fun watching Paul when his engine's revving, it's fun watching Dennis when his engine's revving too. Combo expert too, as well, for that matter. That's good. Nice crouch dash under that to do the uppercut punch.
Round 2. Ready, go!
That was such a good crouch dash. So well targeted. It's like classic. This is since at least VF3, but I think VF2 even, the hop away okizeme is it definitely existed in VF3, but I think it's been around since VF2, where you hop away, watch what they do, and then punish. But sometimes, earlier today, you guys saw me do guessing game, where I just force a guess between mid and low. But I did mostly mid because nobody had seen me do 6-6P in that situation before. So it caught a lot of people off guard, and I got free combo. But 6-6P does mix up well with 3 kick plus guard, since 3 kick plus guard will deal with the will deal with people sidestepping as well as high block. And yeah.
Ready, go!
God. Oh my gosh. Good game. Good game, Combo Expert. Good game, Dennis.
Wrestling is the ultimate sport.
Yeah. It's Wolf. This is Wolf, right? It's like the damage. Yeah, it's fun to watch Dennis when his Wolf is revved up. Because this is actually what he would use to bring the tournaments. So.
Round one. Ready, go!
There's the Dennis movement. And a lot of Tekken players like watching Dennis because they know what he's doing on his movement. And it's something that they can relate to from Tekken. Oh, that was so good. That was a good call out. Man, baiting that with the low kick of all things. I have to remember that, but it's hard for me to remember. Trapped in the movement, he saw the whiff.
Round three. Ready, go!
3 low punches in a row. When somebody's playing fast, 2 low punches in a row surprisingly works against a lot of people that play fast. 3. Yeah. Good game. And Dennis does have a nice Akira as well. Alright, we're gonna have the Wolf Mirror. Let's watch this. Let's watch what Dennis tries to show, and let's see what Combo Expert tries to show. Yeah, well, so Dennis always takes a lot of games to warm up. He'll spend time reading. He's the guy who's gonna spend a lot of games reading. So if you get room battles with him, just wait and watch. That's why Rayblade keeps calling him the Terminator. Yeah, once he downloads you, he's the Terminator. So now you get to watch how fun VF is, right? Like even more fun. Look at that shit! Look at this shit! Oh my god! It's like, what do you do? You know? It's like, holy shit. It's just so scary, you know?
Ready, go!
Yeah, welcome to welcome to the world of the Terminator. That's how good Wolf's sidekick is as a long-range Wolf punch. Very nice call out, Combo Expert.
Round three. Ready, go!
I wonder if Dennis is going to start using kick reversals. He can't hear the chat, so the good thing is just whatever I say is not going to affect how he plays. And it wouldn't anyways. Running. That Wolf figure is going to be... It looks like they finished making it already. So it should be sending out soon. I've pre-ordered it as well as the Tengu Akira. Man, everybody's doing full strings. I'm always surprised when people do that uppercut string. It's really like it's wide open. Is it forcing a guessing game? Is it just 2P bait? Oh. Congratulations, Combo Expert. That was really good. Good game. That insane, was it the first round? Like, that was like effing insane. And then the second round is just like, what the hell is this? You know? It takes two to tango, and tango they did.
Round one. Ready, go!
Well, Paul, you're the one who trained you're the one who trained combos for wake up defense. Yeah, that's because of you, Paul. Like you're the sensei of wake up defense because your Okizeme game is truly terrifying. Like.
Round two. Ready, go!
Huh.
Knockout! Round three. Ready, go!
Oh no. Good match.
Round one. Ready, go!
I didn't get to play Chibita in Japan, but I did meet Chibita, and Chibita's such a wonderful human being. Just so kind, and like, they even make sure to say goodbye properly to you. So like, when they had to go, even though we chatted like maybe 45 minutes before, when they had to like leave, they like went out of their way to say goodbye to me and others. So just, Chibita is like the nicest person. So, as I describe it, the thing they have is the joy of beating you up. So, so all aggression is just in the game, but it's like they have fun when they play. And as a person, they have fun with everybody. Yeah, Chibita's just really kind. It's really impressive. Like, it stands out when you meet them. well mannered, but it's more than that too. It's just like a big heart kind of feeling, you know. But I think Chibita was a host. I think Chibita has worked as a host. So, and I think, you know, there's kind of that too, where, you know, you're trained for that too. But I don't know for sure. That's just a rumor, but Chibita is incredibly kind too. And still very stylish. So. Chibita doesn't really stream. Chibita shows up on other people's streams sometimes, and sometimes they even appear on the voice chat. So it's more like they'll be like a guest on streams. Which is too bad because they're so much fun to watch. They're still one of the most fun people to watch, and so the best videos is like watching them do the exhibitions for Sega. And watching them in the tournament's great too, because at EVO I got to watch them in the tournament. And these matches are intense. I mean, everyone's having such a good time. Like, you guys have got Dennis to stay on. He's having fun. This is so evil. I'll play a couple.
Round one. Ready, go!
Oh, I thought. Combo Express getting into Paul's head here. Or at least that's what he's threatening. This is like a smackdown taunt. All four guys in this room are super nice people. So, you know. Yeah, it's arrogant of me to call myself super nice, but you know. So, but all four of us in this room are like super nice guys. But we have really vicious, you know, a-hole VF games. So Dennis had to go. Okay.
Round four. Ready, go! Round five. Ready, go!
Akira the Shin Puncher. Damn. I was kind of teasing with the idea with, what if like VF6 makes it so like you cannot finish rounds with like low damage attacks? like I didn't know Dennis was jumping off, but I just jumped in. I was like, okay, you guys have got me down for for a couple games, so. I should have freaking it. Damn, that stupid, that stupid shoulder. It's so good. Such a good crash for a high punch. Almost. I didn't commit to the PK. I knew I was going to get that, and I got to PK that. I saved you, okay. You're welcome. Oh, okay. I was like, I just saved Paul from ringing out by doing the kick follow up. Which Oki setup? Down. Good game. Paul, that was an awesome game. That was 2 hours, but still, that was a really good game. I need to mid-throw. Mid-throw and I get a counter hit low punch. So much fun. Thanks. That was so fun.
Round one. Ready, go!
And thanks, yeah. I'm still proud I can hit every player around the world with that move with 4P plus K. So, Japanese too. Very good battle. Let's see what I can do.
Round one. Ready, go!
I hate that. I really hate that thing. It's so obnoxious because you're just like, that should not be a side hit, and it is.
Round two. Ready, go!
I get a lot of lopsided losses to Paul, so.
Round 4. Ready, go!
That was really good. Good game. Very good game, Paul. I'll do one more try. That's so much fun. Good game.
Round 1. Ready, go! Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout!
Wrestling is the ultimate sport.
Okay. Alright, Super Saiyan? Okay. Yeah, Paul's on fire.
Ready, go!
That's Leon's trickery.
Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go!
There it is again. Leon's trickery. So this move can sometimes cheat, but it's very situational.
Round 3.
Like,
Ready, go!
Good game, combo expert.
Forgot to train, eh?
Round one. Ready, go! Round two. Ready, round three. Ready, go!
Nice, good game. Really good game. I thought that might hit. I had so much fun. I'm going to call it a night, but that was a lot of fun time with you guys. Thank you guys so much. You guys have a good night. Good game. Thank you very much. That was a lot of fun. Always so much fun with you guys. I'm gonna try to wait. So. Okay. I guess I hit metrics. Let's try. What can we rate?
You'll enjoy
It's gonna be Star Ocean, but yeah. Oh, thank you guys for joining, and we'll try to do more. I'll try to do more tomorrow night, but I can't promise it yet, but we'll try.
Ready, go!
Have a good night, you guys. Thank you so much.